Hey everybody, welcome to day 20 of the Let's Build CTZN Livestream. Let's get started. Okay, so the computer's currently trying to die under the load, so excuse me for a moment. Oh boy. Alright. I think I managed to figure out the bug in the WebSockets, which would just completely randomly fail to connect. So I did do a little bit of work off stream to fix that. Should be good now. Okay. I'm going to grab some coffee and water. In fact, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna do a couple quick things. Be right back. Okay. So, had a few folks join in on the test server. Thanks everybody for doing that and helping out. So let's take a look at what we have on the to-do list here. can we use the Vercel app now? Yeah, you can use. I mean, for what it's worth, first of all, you can, use whatever you like. Anytime I'm like suggesting not to use something, it's just really guidance for your benefit. And the main thing I want to make sure that people aren't doing is investing in any meaningful way into the test server, because testnet is meant to be nuked. So yeah, if you want to use citizenry.com, you want to set up your own node, feel free. But one thing I would also mention is that up until the beta starts, I reserve the right to make breaking changes to the data schemas. I don't think we're going to need to, but you never know. And if I make breaking changes, then any data created prior to that is totally foobar. So definitely don't want to do that unless you have to. It would be test1.citizen.network. So yeah, if you're wanting to try it, that's the server. And then join the friends community. And that'll get you sort of hooked in. So we got ourselves a list of UI tasks. Some of them not just UI. There seems to be something kind of funky going on with upvotes and downvotes, where it's just not super responsive. It appears to happen but not be reflected in the UI immediately. I'm guessing that has something to do with poor decision making around how and when things get indexed. There's a couple of others that are hey DD Pixel. A couple of others that are just UI tasks. Vote for remove. What's remove? Oh, like you want to be able to delete posts, you mean? Gotcha. Let's pop open our issues real quick and start fleshing out all the kind of UI features that are 1.0 that we're missing. Edit post. That's a good one. Delete post UI. Also a good one. What else? We need community roles, which includes the basics we need for some moderation. Hey Mike, welcome to the stream. Wasn't meant to be our official launch, just sort of happened. What can you do? Probably need it is still live. So yeah, if you look in the chat, Michael, you can see how you can try it out if you like. It's, a hot mess. Not terribly hot mess though. It's like, 50% mess. We need a block user UI. Probably need something like a flag post UI. Something that's, you know, like needs to be elevated to moderation or perhaps even the server to be aware of. And then we need mobile styles. Oh, and you know what else we need? Dark mode. So, these are all tasks for us. And why don't we create a project here. Yeah, no issue. It's referencing, basically, it can be, we actually can choose whether or not to have it triggered automatically by if the OS is in dark mode. I don't know if I'm going to do that though, because sometimes people like to just manually control it. So probably we'll have a little thing in this drop down or similar where you can toggle it on and off. Yeah, this is a pretty handy tool for whenever you just need to get organized. Hey, Ro. So there's that upvote being weirdly unresponsive. I'm pretty sure that if it's an upvote on a community thing, probably what's happening is that it's not indexing immediately. Community posts are public right now. So are they leaky? I think you mean... yeah, I know about that, Mike. Yeah. So if someone isn't in a community, they can see posts there. Currently it's public. Might be able to add private groups later, or private communities. If I'm in a community, can members of the community see my self-posts? They can. They can, but it won't show up in their feeds. They can only see them by going to your profile. So like, you post to a community or you post to self. And your posts only show up in a community if you're posting to that community and you're a member of it. one thing I've been thinking about is doing DMs by email, where if you do a DM, your DM gets routed to their email address without exposing their email address. There's that double post. Yeah, let's take a look at what dark mode looks like, because I actually, basically all I did was I turned on Tailwind's on dark mode media query and then never even looked at it. I thought that it would have no effect because I thought I had to specify all the dark mode styles manually. Turns out I was wrong about that. Actually, I think I might be able to do that here. There we go. Right. So it looks like there are a few dark mode default styles. Actually, kind of convenient that it does that. Upvote problem is a known issue. Email will always be private. It's not going to just put your email out in front of everybody. But I am kind of... No, it's all good. We're all just hanging. So the... yeah, one of the things I was thinking about is, like, for DMs, I was kind of wondering what it would be like if, like, when you DM somebody, it actually sent the DM to their home server, and then their home server would actually send it to their email address rather than doing it in-app. So the DMs were actually just like a flow to email without revealing the email address of the account holder. And then, like, maybe even someday we could leverage encryption, but I don't know. It kind of depends, because, like, if you do it that way, the whole idea would be to try to, like, offload DMs into email, which, who knows? One of the pieces of logic around that would be to minimize the amount of push protocols inside of Citizen. Because, like, if currently there's only one push protocol in Citizen, and it's not even implemented yet, and that's to join a community that's not on your home server. You have to send a request to that thing. If DMs were implemented here, you would need to have another push protocol to send the DM. And I just feel like pushing that off to email, which is a fundamentally push-based protocol, would be a really nice move, make life a little easier, and it's kind of interesting. So yes, if you like that idea, one other thing that some folks like, I don't know if I'm totally into this, but Delta Chat is kind of interesting. They've basically created an app that puts a chat UI around email. It's easier but unsafe. So, like, I'm thinking the way this would work, DDPixel, would be that the server would have some amount of ability to act as a proxy, where it doesn't reveal your email address. So if I want to send you an email, DDPixel, I would do it through the how would that work? Trying to minimize... I guess if I'm trying to minimize push notifications or push protocols, this isn't going to help us a whole lot. But the idea I had was that you would send somebody an email by actually, like, sending the DM to their home server, and then their home server would send it to their email and hide the email address of the person you're trying to reach. Well, and, like, in theory, we could get a public key publishing inside of Citizen and use that to encrypt the actual mail. But then you really gotta think about the infrastructure around it. Because, like, if you're encrypting the mail, you need a way to decrypt the mail. At which point, you're going to need to use an app other than your default mail reader. Unless it's your mail reader has, but like Gmail, I don't think has any kind of decryption in it. I don't know, it's a thought. But if we're trying to use the servers to obscure email addresses, which was my initial idea to make it safer, so you're not just publishing your email address, it occurs to me that your server is going to have to take push messaging. It's going to have to do a push protocol in Citizen, which was one of the big motivators to get away from having the Citizen network have to have a push protocol, but that just may not be on the table here. And if the system has to do push protocol for DMs, we can actually write your incoming messages into... Every user has a private Hyper-B and a public Hyper-B, both of which can be leveraged if you're transferring from one server to another. So we can solve the data ownership aspect of things in that regard. Setting up a mail server is not convenient. Server admins are going to need to set up mail servers probably one way or another, though. I mean, you do want to have an email confirmation flow. But I guess maybe not. Maybe we're past that. Who knows? It would certainly make server setup much easier if you didn't have to have an email provider. In which case, you could just not confirm emails. It would be on their thing. It would be on their account, but just not confirmed. Kind of depends on whether or not we're trying to use emails to reduce fake signups or sock puppets, which is an okay mitigation, but not amazing. Confirming emails way less traffic than DMs. That is a fact. So, user verification using Hypercore, also doable, but you're sort of using the public key of the Hypercore as the sort of persistent identifier. And if that doesn't convey any meaningful information, then it doesn't really change the equation at all. It is certainly doable for account recovery, but then you have the same problem that kind of gets us into why we don't have users self-hosting their data yet, which is you now have a key user device key management problem, which is unsolved infrastructure. I'm guessing this is you, Sully. A couple of things I would love to have would be a post previewing tool so that you can sort of would love to have a post previewing tool so that you know exactly who downvoted that. We need a way to see downvotes. Don't have that yet. Yeah. That's Rate limiting like that, yeah, I mean, so the constitutional network idea that we've been talking about, may work before we have actually smart contract support in the Hypercore protocol. We may actually do an approximation of it, which just doesn't have the external auditability, but the ability to set business rules within communities. You can certainly introduce things like, basically it's impossible to set business logic or constraints or rules on the self posts. Those are chaos. But communities, you can. If you're already in the space of using smart contracts users can stake for their reputation, trolls won't throw cash into a sock puppet. So the smart contract platform that will be introduced into Hypercore protocol is what you call a hosted smart contract. It's basically a single author append-only log, or what you might call a secure ledger. No decentralized consensus, and that is a version of the smart contract which is not very popular. It's one that we would be attempting to popularize. But it basically means that they are effectively data silos. They remain externally auditable. You can detect violations of the contract, but there's no decentralized consensus for or distributed computation of the smart contract. It's just run on a server. So it just allows you to kind of audit how the server executes on the contract. As a consequence of that, there is no currency network, because for a currency network, you actually really need to have decentralized consensus occurring. You need to have something more like Ethereum. Hosted smart contracts are not appropriate for currencies, because it's just hosted smart contracts do give some security, but not enough for that use case. So there would be not necessarily any baked-in currency system. That said, I do think I'm quite a big fan of Ethereum, or at least hopeful about Ethereum. Very happy about the kind of updates they're making, and I think in terms of performance, they're moving to proof of stake, which I think is an absolute must. So I would be interested to look at introducing Ethereum into Citizen at some point. Form validation on community ID is a little weird, implies dash is valid, but doesn't seem to be. Yeah, I actually wanted to change the rules around the usernames because, yeah, like having dashes and things would be nice. Yeah, CS, I agree. You really just don't need a global smart contract network. Hosted smart contracts are appropriate for just managing within communities. I'm gonna put this one in there just so I definitely don't miss it. Gonna need that, and that. This one would be, yeah, gonna put that in the high priority. I mean, in a lot of ways, most of these are high priority. It's really kind of more like which ones are low priority. Yeah. It all seems right. I was looking into how much we can accomplish using just a mobile PWA. And answer is a lot, except for like one really little detail, and that's push notifications. At least not on iOS. There's maybe some signs that they'll implement that in like iOS 14. I know everybody has mixed feelings about push notifications, but for me, like as somebody that uses Twitter quite a bit and likes to get those push notifications, it's like the only network that I like to get push notifications for, so I'd really like to have that. I'd like for my app to give a little note, red circle if I got activity. Oh man. Ran out of my prescription heartburn meds, so I'm just pushing through it. Can't afford a doctor right now. Good times. Right. So those are the items worth making issues out of, and then we got stop drinking soda. Actually, I think you might be right. I think the amount of carbonated fizzy water I drink might be somewhat responsible, so I'll take that experiment. I'll try that out. The other thing would help is to stop vaping, which I'm really trying to do, but it's very hard because my energy levels are so tightly tied to nicotine intake. I need to have a stretch of days where I can be low energy so that I can get off of it. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the vaping doesn't help my heartburn either. It'd be great is if I could smoke that weed, but I think I'm allergic to it. Lettuce and chicken and water. Yeah, I've been through quitting nicotine multiple times. I actually quit the vape like 3 months ago successfully, and then after like a couple of weeks, I was like, I'll give myself one as a treat. I won't get addicted again, and was just immediately addicted. I fucked myself on that one. Yeah, I get terrible headaches the day after I even actually tried out CBD, just like a CBD gummy, and I get these weird fucked up headaches the next day. I also taken a lot of sugar. I'm not a very healthy person, truth be told. My lifestyle is too sedate. I use nicotine. I eat way too much sugar and soda. Not really taking care of myself as much as I should. At least I jog, kind of. Anyway, this isn't about me. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you the real problem with nicotine is it is by far the best productivity improver I've ever found. Like the only thing I've found that even is kind of on that level is like Adderall or whatever people are taking these days. Yeah. Well, that to be quit vaping. People have gotten past over smoking, but vaping took us all again. Vaping is how they got the millennials. Anyway, YOLO. I got another issue to add. Get the Addy. So I have a theory personally, like, all right, as a cliche for especially Wall Street, but the business world in general, that was in the 80s, everybody was on coke, right? And then that kind of seemed to stop. Now everybody's either on Adderall, nicotine, or some variation of Adderall. What's the other one called? I can't remember now. Adderall, which is low-grade meth, nicotine, or I've actually found back before I had given up on weed, it was also a pretty good productivity enhancer for me because I think it just kind of helped relax me a little bit, and it was working as a pain reliever. But I'm pretty sure anybody who does kind of high-powered at-a-desk work, or like you need to be relatively set at. I can't speak to anybody that does any kind of like physical labor, but for white collar work, if you're trying to do any kind of meaningful output, you're on some kind of stimulant. Weed isn't cool anymore. Before Coke, it was meth. Before, yep, it's meth again. As I understand it, I could be wrong about this, but as I understand it, Adderall and all those things are basically a version of meth, which is better, you know, modulated. So yeah, everybody, the old Blitzkrieg chocolate, yeah. So yeah, everybody that it's definitely better than cigs. Vaping is better than cigs. But yeah, like everybody, it's one of those things that like I don't think anybody's totally honest about the degree to which everybody is on stimulants in the business world. Copious amounts of espresso. No, you're in bounds. Like that's as long as you're just doing caffeine and not like those caffeine like concentrated pills or something like that. You're more or less not. There's no real significant downside as far as I know. If you can make it work with just caffeine, my hat's off to you. I don't know who could do it. But it is kind of funny every once in a while. I'm like, you know, in the sports world, we're so adamantly like, you know, against performance enhancement drugs. And I'm like, yo, the world runs on performance enhancement drugs. Is kombucha caffeinated? I thought it was. I've never been into that kind of thing. Is it alcoholic? Okay. So we got that one, and we've got. Eventually, we need to add mentions, but we'll get around to that later. I'm thinking of yerba. All right. I thought yerba was those geodesic domes that you live in. Just wait for anybody to pick up on that bad pun. All right. Oh, how long have I been working with a Zoom? It's a pretty bad joke, so. Tell you what, it's super nice that I could just work with live data this conveniently in the UI. So let's get started here. So one thing I'm thinking, let's get rid of that name in the header. I don't think we need all that. Just the picture will be enough. Do 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 do. Need to start my watcher. I'm not familiar with the chunk. Is a chunk like a nug? So y'all are hitting me with all kinds of stuff I don't know about. At this point, I'm starting to feel like y'all are just making shit up. That's kind of an annoying tooltip. Ah, German highball. I thought highball was specifically a drug thing. Is a highball a drink? Yeah, yeah. I was watching some video, some YouTube essay talking about how like they really, between the book of Limitless and the movie, they like completely inverted the message. Like in the book, it's kind of a pretty clear like you can't cheat, or it's really his argument was the book is kind of a I guess like an argument about like how capitalism is isolating, I suppose, or leads to people chasing the wrong things. And then the movie sort of flipped it around. I was like, but wouldn't it be sweet if that pill existed? And you're like, yeah, that's true. Because like in the end of the movie, he just like figures out how to use the pill correctly or something. Speedball, that's what I was thinking of. Here's the thing, I'm with the movie. I just want that limitless pill to exist. I mean, come on. Who doesn't want that to exist? Okay, I've got some conflicting classes here. Could be chaos. Probably get a lot of stuff done though, right? Whole lot of startups. Okay, let's see. We don't really need that. So now I just need to adjust that spacing a little. That's looking better. Probably should make that slightly bigger. It's a little too big. That's about right. When will stories be added? I'm like the only person in the world that, or at least in my network, that uses fleets. Well, that's because I just have such a good use case for them. Okay. So let's get this loading state handled. Because it's doing that logged out state before things load up, which is goofy. Obviously better. Let's leave it in the loading state for half a second so I can style that spinner. Yeah, that'll do. Loading spinners all day, huh? Alright, so this is a consequence of using the Shadow DOM. We'll change that in the not too distant future. We've also got a bunch of... they are pretty fun. Also got a bunch of avatar URLs we could change to HTTPS. One sec. All right. Sometimes the nicotine lozenge just hits hard. All right.
CTZN. CTZN.
Instant performance boost with that one. Yeah, notable. Don't have to have all those HTTP redirects.
CTZN.
Okay. Then we had some issues and notifications. Like What's going on? Yeah, I don't have an avatar upload control for communities yet. And I can't edit the profile until I get user rules or member rules implemented, so kind of stuck on that at the moment. Oh yeah, here's another thing we need to do. We need to add when you're sitting on a feed, it ought to be like 5 new posts. Okay, I think that's all for that. I saw some overflow issues like that. It is not. Everything is stored on home servers. Yeah, there's a couple of there's some bugs in the Hype CLI's rendering or ability to explore Hyper-Bs. I need to spend a second to figure that out. Universal gap directive is not... What's the can I use on that? That's good. IE11. Yeah, well, that's the real question. iOS Safari. Can't do gap. My data is on my home server, and someone can't rehome if they're banned. Their data is to ban them. Yeah, so I've talked about that in the past, and the protocol for users that get removed, or certainly the code for users that get banned from a server, is to put their account into a banned state, which removes it from all indexes, but actually holds on to the data and gives the banned user a rehoming flow. And I think we should sort of hold servers to account on that. Like, that's banned users should always be allowed to rehome. I consider it to be an abuse to not allow a banned or a removed user to not allow them to rehome. Ideally, however, we will someday have the ability for users' hypercores to be stored on their own devices, at which point you're just being sort of rehosted by the home server as opposed to hosted on the home server. And then you wouldn't have that problem. Okay, so I can't use gap, tragically. It does. The problem is I'm not fully into Tailwinds yet. Some of the components, like the Composer and the Post Viewer, haven't been converted yet. And I'll probably convert them... probably once I do mobile styles. That'll be the point where it makes sense to go ahead and convert them, but I didn't want to delay further development for it. Okay, that's all the overflow issues I found so far. Gonna need some conversation collapsing sooner than later.
CTZN
If I thought about lazy loading and how that would work, I guess Hype already includes pagination. Lazy loading, what in particular? Oh. Yeah. I just spilled a bunch of water. BRB. Like how the cat decided to respond to that by kind of jumping down and checking it all out. Feels like she's rubbing it in my face somehow. Okay, so yeah, it's not necessarily. I mean, I definitely have put thought into how that'll work, and it's on the basis of using the pagination parameters that I got in the APIs. I don't have it implemented on the home feed yet, though, because the home feed is currently got this temporary implementation that I'm going to need to try to optimize a little bit. So, and it'll just be something along the lines of when you hit the bottom, either it'll auto-load more or it'll have a button to. Okay. So replies do actually have signals on them. Except not the replies. So let's look into why that might be. An example of one with replies. Okay, video not found. Four, 6. So the reply count is coming about 0 for some reason. Wonder if my reply counts might not be API posts get post and fetch reply count, fetch replies. I think that's probably my problem right there. Yeah. So it's fetching replies correctly if it's not itself a reply, but the threads index only indexes at the root post. What is the best way to solve that? We could update the thread indexes to include all posts, not just thread roots, which would have kind of come close to not quite doubling the size of the thread index, but close. But it may be the only way to efficiently fetch that information, which we often do need to do. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Okay, so that's the community. Now I just need to do the same thing for the citizen indexes. Oh, there's that thing again. Still not sure what that is. Okay, that did in fact fix that. Let's make sure it works for communities as well. Yep. Okay. Okay, so that's that.
Citizen.
So now we need to figure out what's up with the double posts, which we're getting here. Okay. That. So does it occur when you look at the community? Can't click on that yet. Another bug. So no, it doesn't occur when you're looking at the community. So I'm guessing this is a bug in the posts.list home feed. probably this right here. We've got people you're following as well as your communities. I bet good money that what we need to do is deduplicate the two. Sort of. Is it erroring? Probably not. You'd be seeing something else. So something was wrong there. Might be the DB URL is not the right. Really ought to get that consistent soon. That's it. Still a possibility that'll occur, though. Because once the pagination gets involved, it still counts as a commit.
Citizen.
But you know, once the pagination gets involved, you could end up having a situation where on the kind of pagination break, so to speak, you end up pulling in a post that you've already seen. Since this is a temporary implementation, we could just live with it, but temporary is a funny word. No, thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. So one way we could handle this is by fetching the membership entries prior to fetching the posts of post right here. Yeah. So here's how I'll do that. So I'm going to get the membership entries here, and then Okay, that didn't work. Let's find out why. First, let's make sure that I'm using set correctly. Okay, I may not need to do this. That was the problem. Okay. Good.
Citizen.
Alright, let's see if that actually fixed it in our test server. And then what's next? Got that upvotes issue. Pretty sure this is not happening, so I'm just going to remove that. Why don't we hit this one first, because it's a little more fun. Let's fix the link clicks inside of posts. Okay, so let's see if that fixed our double post problem. I think we're good. That emoji didn't render. Interesting. So let's fix that problem with clicking on links inside of posts. The reason that's happening is I've got some code designed to make it so you can click inside of a post and have it, open up. But it's a little sophisticated because it's designed to not, to allow you to select text inside. And I'm guessing I just got some kind of bug in there that's not registering clicks on post. Now it should be this right here. Now that should make it so that basically if you start to do this, but you clicked on a link, like so, should work. But it doesn't seem to be doing that. Might be connected to the fact that it's not... Nope, okay, so that's not actually the code that's supposed to fix that. Let's make sure it's aborting though. Okay. So it's not that code that's screwing it. Ah, that would be why. Oops, wrong bar. There we go. So now we need to think about that link right there. We don't actually have a way to view posts yet. At least like no page dedicated to posts. Okay. Okay, now let's find out why that is not rendering correctly. We should be seeing in community affect the positioning of these two items here, like it did here. So why isn't it? That one is missing in community. Huh. Okay. Probably that logic there is what's screwing that up. That's it. I see. I see. So I don't want it to apply here, but I do want it to apply here. Could have sworn class list has includes. I think it has. It contains. The JS world of APIs has been wildly inconsistent about that. In sets, it's has. In arrays, it's includes. In class list, it's contains. Okay, that fixed that. Except for there. Child post, that's what I want. Oh, it's working correctly, it's just that this bar is not sizing intelligently enough. Okay. Why is it so inconsistent? That's why, I think. Yeah. Because 100% refers to this, not to this. I wonder if I can put it on parent post. Okay, so now it's consistent, but I need to move the arrow and stuff whenever it's a reply. What's going on there? Okay, I think I know what's going on. Yeah, that is what it is. Okay. There we go. A little bit of convoluted logic there, but not too bad.
Citizen.
Okay, so that's the rendering offsets fixed. So I guess we should bite the bullet and fix the vote controls responsive problem. So I would bet that what's happening is that yeah, that's what it is. Whenever we're looking at votes, so I can confirm this pretty easily. If I upvote or downvote something that's not in a community, it should be instant. Yep, but if it's inside of a community like this, it's not. Yep, confirmed. And that's because our community, whenever our logic for fetching votes is currently not merging into current users off stuff. Let me think, did I have any good reason for doing it that way? Can't imagine that I did. Probably just an oversight. All right. Here we go. And I need to get rid of the tooltips on those things because it's just kind of awkwardly. Alright, let's get this done first.
Citizen. Citizen.
Yay! Alright, now we need a view post page. So I'm listening to Apple Music's just recommendations, you know, like it's on its own mix. And Lego House by Ed Sheeran just came on, and this may be the worst thing I've ever heard. I didn't have anything against Ed Sheeran before, but I think I do now. The opening lyrics here. Soft guitar strumming, you know, finger picking. Softly sings, I'm gonna pick up the pieces and build a Lego house. And if things go wrong, we can knock it down. That's just terrible. It's awful. Share it, buddy. It's like a love song that like a 12-year-old would write. You know, like, I want to tell Becky that I really care about her. What's something that I relate to? Legos. Okay. It would be great if we had these resolving to their actual display names. Aren't we all just building Lego houses? You know, when you put it like that, it is deep. Oh, man. Alright, BRB. I feel like if I was going to use a Lego metaphor in a love song, it'd be like, your love is like a Lego brick I keep stepping on. I keep stepping on, I keep stepping on. Baby, your love. So, not seeing. I got indexed and then notifications, but the actual vote didn't seem to get indexed. Wonder if that got broken. Yeah, those are two upvotes that I'm not seeing. Ooh. Okay, a couple issues there. Couple bugs. So it looks like I can't click on... Okay, we got a variety of lovely bugs here. Yeah. Looks like if I try to click on an... Interesting. Okay. No, I think actually what's happening there is there's probably two different click handlers occurring. One on the card, which works correctly, and then one that's on the notification, which works incorrectly. And the one on the notification is also skipping over the ability to click on the profile. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on there. Now, why the votes aren't showing up here, not sure. Alright, so votes on self-post, not indexing. I'm relatively sure that I'm following Melanie, I am. So I just pushed clicking on a card to view a thread in Firefox. Let's try that. Oh. Firefox doing all sorts of stuff. Nope, wait. Nope, nope. Keep crazy at test1.citizen.network. Did I get that right? What is wrong here? Ah! Ad blocker is blocking that connection. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Can't imagine why that rule exists. Huh. Okay. Path is not standard, that's what that is. Okay. Indian event path. Is composed path standard? It is. Okay, Ryan, try again in 5 minutes or so.
Citizen.
So fix for that should be deploying now. Mike, you just joined the Patreon as a sponsor. You've always been incredibly generous about that. I appreciate it. Okay, right, it should be fixed now. Yep. Now, what's going on with this? Why is your concept of 100% different? It's very annoying. Actually, that kind of seems like a more valid height. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. It's actually not that the height calculation is different. It's that overflow is hidden in Chrome, but not in Firefox, so I just need to do this. Yeah. Awesome. Well, really appreciate it. For what it's worth, Uplink has kind of got a pause button on it. I don't know if we're going to finish Uplink. Some of that tooling, though, may work its way into the citizenry front end, though. Because eventually I would like to take advantage of the Hypercore network as a sort of generic cloud provider for people. So Files Explorer and things like that, and the GUI would be on point. Mike, do you mind if I brag a little bit brag on you? Or would you prefer that I don't? I mean, it's all public info, your contributions. Michael is... I'll wait for your answer on that, because you may not want to, but... At any rate, Michael has been a great supporter through the years. Really above and beyond. Okay. So votes on self-post not indexing is oh, there's plenty to brag about. I mean, you've given so much money to Beaker and now to this over the years. You are by far one of our top supporters on that regard. And it's always blown me away, so I just really appreciate it. And it really has made a difference. I'm currently living off of stuff like Patreon and Open Collectives, so... Okay. So it's completely inconsistent about whether or not it's indexing these upvotes. I wonder if that's because I'm... Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Okay. So I figured I'd answer this in the stream here. Meet. I'm guessing that's pronounced. Okay, cool. Is that pronounced meat thing? Or is it meething? I'm guessing meat thing, right? Like you're combining meat and thing together. Me thing. Cool. So, me thing. Guidance geared towards receiving back contributions for room concept for peer-to-peer real-time AV conferences between citizens. All we need is a Hyperswarm/web style channel. Citizen users could create and join to discover others, exchange minimal presence signaling, and then we can bring the rest of the work to create peer-to-peer audio and video rooms. Think a little lightweight, built-in mesh citizen house. It's a starting point and growing from there. So really, I think what you're sort of suggesting is just a WebRTC signaling system, right? Where, like you're saying, you get into like a room, and that kind of puts you in a shared signaling space with other people in the room. And it would just be the signaling would be all it needs to do, and then you can establish the WebRTC connections, and then it's all you. That seems like a pretty reasonable idea. Yeah. You know, I almost don't even know if Hyper would be significantly involved in the design of it because, you know, the home servers could probably do the signaling for you. I would assume that the room would get homed. Yeah. You can use Hyperswarm for it. I'm just not entirely sure Hyperswarm is necessary for it because of the home servers. You might want to use, the only reason you would need it is if the signaling is being distributed between multiple servers. But if like there's a room concept, the rooms could end up just being hosted by an individual server. So yeah, it would be the sort of thing where like we add to the citizen server. Yeah. I'm certainly open to this. I don't know if I'm gonna... I might want to kind of put it into a roadmap slot of something along the lines of tooling for real-time communication. But it certainly fits in the roadmap more broadly to do something like this. Because, you know, the citizen servers are intended to be generic sort of application platforms in the long run. This is such a trivial thing to do, and in doing it, you're able to start building applications which, you know, are chat or video conferencing or calls. So I could definitely see doing it. Yeah, I mean, you could even look at, what is it called in WebRTC stack when you're proxying? Is it turn? There's turn, there's stun. It's not, or it could be stun. There's a fallback for whenever the peer-to-peer connection fails and you need a proxy through a server. Could even look into having that be an optional. Turn is the proxy? Okay. So yeah, I could even see having the ability for turn to be turned on. It's of course, that's going to be contingent on, got it, stun is the hole punching. Yeah, okay. You know, the thing about, so, you know, doing stun and signaling, I think, yeah, so like doing the signaling is relatively cheap. So I don't see a whole lot of reason why citizen servers couldn't just offer that. Turn would get more expensive, of course. So it might be something that like you have to have a paid relationship with the server operator and you're being metered, or, you know, just at least paying a subscription for some capacity. But yeah. So I'm going to respond in the issue so that this is, I've got an official response here. No problem. Yeah, that's the kind of thing where like, there's just a number of things that another kind of like applications, because like citizenry is just the social application, and I imagine we'll expand citizenry to do whatever the heck we want, cover as many use cases as we feel like. But you know, it's a completely detached front end from Citizen, so people should be able to build all kinds of applications. And the more generic the Citizen servers are, more use cases it can begin to handle, and could be really quite powerful. I'm excited for it. What do you mean by default server, Mike? When you sign up and ask for a server? I thought that, yeah, so the sign up UI right now is a just sort of like temporary thing. The plan is to have citizenry have a set of servers that are not necessarily all maintained by me. If there are a couple of folks who are going to commit to running servers, then you know, I will happily put that into the sort of sign-up flow. I'll just want those server operators to kind of commit to it so that we don't have bad entries in there, or for that matter, users getting, you know, losing their home servers. And so there will be more than one set of kind of baked-in options in the UI. And then, of course, you can spec any server you want. It's an interesting question as to whether or not it's correct to call Citizen federated. It sort of is, but sort of isn't. I guess it is. Especially like once we get push protocols involved, the server-to-server push stuff, like for the remote server joining, that gets much more into the federation. But until then, it's just the data mesh, which, you know, Hypercore is peer-to-peer, and you're just doing a peer-to-peer between servers. But that, I don't know. Yeah, there's no baked-in server in the sense that, like, citizenry.com right now is just hosted on Vercel as static front end. So there's no citizenry.com that you can sign up for. And I don't know if that's... I'm pretty sure that's going to stay that way. I mean, maybe, maybe not. I still haven't decided what I'm going to make the default server domains, but, like, since it ends up being a part of your identity, like pfrazy at blank, I want to come up with some cool domain names. I'm being told that Citizen is a very opaque name and I should use something catchier. I don't know, I kind of like Citizen. Person book. I'm asking her if so it's Jay Graber that said that, who's somebody whose opinion I actually respect quite a bit. And so I'm asking her, I don't know if this is a fix, but do you like it any better knowing that it's pronounced citizen? Thanks, Michael. Catch you later. I like Paulus, except that it's kind of looks like police. Well, I'm glad you like the name Lorenzo, and I'm really glad to hear that it's easy to set up. Yeah, I don't know how long that'll remain the case. But I'm glad that it was so far. The real question about how easy it is to set up will end up being a question of like how well it scales. And if it starts to, you know, if it starts to need some more scaling solutions, probably the first thing that we'll do to scale it is set up a Hypercore protocol clustering. So hyperspace is the name of the Hypercore daemon, so we'll probably need to set up like a hyperspace cluster, which would probably require more setup. Nailed it, Ryan. Jay responded, "Not really. Sounds like a neighborhood watch app, and I had no idea it was pronounced that way. All consonant named, looks like protocol names." Well, it is technically a protocol. Is voluntary isolation or isolated zones going to be an option? I suppose it could be. You know, like if you have a community that has tightly controlled membership, and your server is also tightly controlled membership, then that would probably do it. Oh, so yeah, to avoid the kind of scaling concerns, yeah, and yeah, right. And like you would, that would be one way to deal with it, because like one of the reasons that scaling becomes complex is because like every community that your users join and everybody that they follow needs to get loaded up into the local. So sounds like a neighborhood watch app. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it, but I don't know if I agree with Jay. The thing about like names or brand names in general is that like there is a neighborhood watch app called Citizen. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about like brand names in general is that like they take a little bit of time to kind of like settle in your brain. And so it's not always clear at first blush whether or not a brand name is necessarily a winner. I'm kind of just not super inclined. I could maybe see like citizenry.com being a crummy one, because like that's one of the main questions really is like what this app will be at, because this app will be the entry point for a lot of people. So we may want to rename citizenry, because it's especially tough to look at. I mean, citizen is already unpronounceable, but then you add an RY to the end, and it's like, oh god, what? So, this is our kind of stack right here. One thing we were talking about maybe doing is calling this thing right here we might brand that as HyperDB. And so then the question is this block right here. I don't know about calling the social protocol a hyper thing. I'm not sure. Hyposocial. Unrelated, any tips on moving to Austin? Which parts are cool? It depends on what you're into. And I've been a little bit of a shut-in ever since the pandemic started, like many people, so my information may be like a year outdated. But there are a lot of areas in Austin that have been developed or redeveloped relatively recently that give major yuppie vibes. And I've got mixed feelings about them. Some of them I'm kind of like, yeah, they do, but they're also going to be easy living and they have nice affordances and things. So it's kind of like, well, you know, if you don't mind that aesthetic, they would be very comfortable living. So I'm thinking about like East 6th Street and the Mueller area are very yuppie. Very nice though, you know. And they have like the Mueller area in particular, it's kind of central Austin, just slightly to the east. Kind of slightly to the northeast, but still pretty close to everything. And they've put in, you know, things like movie theaters, like there's a draft house there. It's actually quite nice. I like going to it. And a couple of bars and things, and lots of places to eat. So if you want to live comfortably, and it's also a lot of Mueller area is kind of walkable in a way that a lot of Austin isn't. I'm debating whether or not I should share what my brother and I call this. We this is completely inappropriate. I'm sorry if it's offending anybody, but these streams are not marked for children. But we call them Dick Suck City because it's like, yeah, if you want to suck the dick, it's a great place to live. It's a little more kosher to call it just very yuppie. Let's edit that out of the stream. Okay, so anyway, what the heck was I talking about? Okay, so that's the Mueller area. If you're looking for something a little less kind of corporate or yuppie, there are a lot of neighborhoods in East Austin, east of 35, north of the river, that are not totally priced out yet. It'll depend, but not terrible pick. This is all going to depend on your budget. Almost everything inside of Central Austin is pretty tough to afford. You might find some things kind of like, I'm in what do you call Northern UT, which is just north of UT, which is pretty central actually. And I pay about $1,000 a month for a not terribly remarkable apartment. South Austin is also similarly difficult price-wise, but it's nice in the sense that it's well-developed and not yuppie, but it's going to be pricey, anything that's south of the river. Yeah, in that east area, it's already getting pretty pricey. Yeah. West Austin is sort of notorious for being, this is north of the river, West Austin, sort of notorious for being one of the higher-end communities. If you're on this stream, you probably can't afford it. I sure can't. I hear that downtown Austin is getting a lot of people moving out of it lately. There are a couple of high-rise apartment complexes to live in there. That's where I would like to end up personally, because I've just always wanted to live in a high-rise apartment in a kind of an urban area. Cool, I'm glad this is helpful. If you're looking for something that's affordable, probably north of 183, I think, is the road. Let me check myself on that. You know what? Why don't I can open up Google Maps here and give a little bit more visual of what I'm talking about. Okay, so I live right here. In North University. There's the University of Texas. Here's the river that splits Austin. You got Mopac, major freeway on the west side. You got 35, major highway on the east side. Historically, most of Austin was developed in this zone right here. 35 had a pretty classist and possibly racially motivated divide in Austin that caused the east side of Austin to be kind of considered to be the slummier part of town. That has progressively been changing as it's been heavily developed in the past 10 years or so. Here's that Mueller area I was talking about. Here's East 6th right here. Some of the areas over here are still a little bit less developed, but probably won't be for long. If you're over here is where I was talking about Terrytown, West Austin. This is way out of everybody's price range. Basically everything around Mopac is going to be out of most people's price range. So stuff around East Riverside is still somewhat reasonable. It's not the nicest living in Austin, but it is still somewhat affordable. Up here, north of 183, you're getting kind of far out of town at this point, so you're going to need to be you're going to need a car no matter what in Austin. But this area definitely gets more affordable. And if you're looking for shopping, if that's something you care about, there's the Domain right here, which is peak yuppie. This area right here is so kind of north of Central, but under 183. It's going to be depending on where you're at. If you're kind of living a relatively comfortable middle class, you might be able to get something here. Probably a little bit upper middle class because property prices are insane in Austin right now. Like it's really screwed up. And just general tips, if you go down Mopac and you're talking about everything over here, this is where most rich people live. You're talking about, Bee Cave is sort of infamously a little side town where really rich people live. And then you got Barton Creek, also sort of there's a Barton Creek golf club, and yeah, this is just where a lot of really wealthy people live. 360 and all along here. This is kind of where Dell was located for a while, and so a lot of kind of Dell life over there. Over here, you got Tech Ranch. Where's that? It's pretty far north. But there, yeah, Tech Ridge rather. Tech Ridge. I wouldn't bother with Tech Ridge. Why is it called Bee Cave? I would assume that there's a cave somewhere that you don't want to go in. I actually don't know. I would assume that's the case, though. Oh, yeah, you know what? Further south of 290, so I used to live right here on Manchac and just actually right here. This is not terrible living, actually, south of 290. It's similar to like being south of 290 and north of 183 within the major expressways are kind of similar living. More affordable, not as nice, but not bad. I think I would probably personally prefer to be in North Austin or South Austin rather than Riverside. But you are a little further out. And a couple of other hot tips. For some reason, this road right here that is spelled Manchaca, that's pronounced Manchek. The road that is spelled Guadalupe is pronounced Guadalupe. And the road that is spelled Manor is pronounced Manor. That's probably the last tip anybody needs if they're moving into Austin. It's how people know if you're native or not. Am I missing anything else, Ryan? Ryan also lives in Austin, so. There's the capital right there. If you're looking for startup culture a little bit, there's Loop 1 is Mopac. Yeah. And playing outside Dallas. I don't know that area super well, to be honest, even though I've lived in Texas all my life. If you're into startup life, there's the Capital Factory, which is like right there-ish. It's worth checking out. I'm not overly impressed by it, but it's not bad. Good times are to be had. So East or 6th Street is our sort of infamous party street for the UT kids. Called Dirty 6th. It's trashy party time. West 6 is stuffy office worker party time. Going all the way over here. Riverside, which is right... Red River, rather, which is right here, is yuppie party time. East 6th used to be hipster cool person party time, but it's been developed so much that it's probably doesn't even hold anymore. Yeah, those are the party time areas. I'd be down to start in Austin a Hyperstack / Mad Science meetup. Peter Wang got me onto Clubhouse, which I'm not hating so far, and we're doing a meetup tonight on Clubhouse, so check my Twitter feed for that. And if anybody wants an invite, I'd be happy to hit him up. Some good finds on MLK-183. Stuff's changing quickly over there. That's like... Are you talking about the... What is that place called? The... used to go there a lot, actually. Don't know if I could find it on a map. The Oasis. Is it the Oasis? There was some place out here... Sahara Lounge. So Sahara Lounge, I think it's still managed to maintain its kind of, yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Sahara Lounge. Still managed to maintain its reputation. It's kind of it's way out from everything comparatively. It's intentionally divey. It's a good time. Yeah. Has one of the most frightening bathrooms I've ever been in. Great backyard, though. Love the backyard of Sahara Lounge. I obviously wanted a reason to stop working. Apparently, further south near airport... Yeah, okay, so... That's actually very true. So, airport is... close to here. It's... where's... There it is. Okay. So here's Mueller, right here. Here's 35. Here's Central Austin. Airport is getting some interesting development. Airport Boulevard, so called because it is your express line to the airport. That is right here. And around here-ish. Yeah, bouldering gym right here if you're into bouldering. I got a friend that lives like right here and seems to enjoy it quite a bit. Relatively affordable. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this whole area right here is probably not a terrible place to buy or rent. Along just north of East Caesar, getting close to 183. I would bet this is actually a decent... Honestly, all of East Austin is going to be a decent get. Because it's getting developed, so if you can't afford to buy, prices will probably still go up from where they are now. Of course, prices are going up everywhere right now. You bet. Yeah, I think that about covers it. All right. Let's get a view post page done. So... North Austin makes sense because I want a house to have a backyard for my dogs. Close to downtown is pricier for that. Knowing that that's your goal, if you can afford something in this area here, south of 183, central and north, I would recommend it. It's going to be pricey still, but it's a good long-term investment for a real estate purchase. North of 183 is okay, but not great for a purchase. It's okay though. You know, I wouldn't say no to it, but you're just going to get better if you're south of 183. And you will definitely find exactly what you're looking for. Backyard, there's a dog park on Burnett, somewhere around here, or here, I think, actually. Anderson has a lot of good stuff on it, including Alamo Draft House. At least it used to. I don't know if that's still open. Is that closed? It used to be like right here. No, there it is. Temporarily closed. I don't know if that's about COVID or what that's about. It's not like hip right here, but it's not bad. And Burnett has a lot of fun stuff on it. Tumble 22, got some friends that are addicted to that place. Used to be one of the best bars in Austin, was on Burnett, right around here somewhere. Yeah. Ryan, what was the name of that? Was it the not the Draft House? Used to be a really great bar on Burnett. So the Taco Bell is like, okay, too far north. But I think it's north of Anderson that I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay, that's the Taco Bell. It got totally gutted. Draft House is a good spot. Aristocrat is a pretty decent dive. I actually like the Aristocrat pretty well. And that's on Burnett. And then there was a place... They kept the name but totally ruined it. Turned it into an apartment complex. Can't find it now. No, it was like it was a similar name to Draft House. Used to have this really big backyard and it's kind of undeveloped, and they bulldozed it and turned it into a chainy kind of place. All right. So I'm thinking. I'm trying to think about what the URL structure ought to be for viewing a post. So like when you click on this and it's a post view. And I'm kind of thinking it should be like that. Kind of like a pass-through to the Hyper records. And then the ID there. Let's try that. Getting hungry. The test user you followed on a different server isn't showing up in the home feed. Poorhouse. I think that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. You haven't been there in years because it's gone. Melanie, I'm not... I mean, obviously, sounds like a bug. And obviously kind of hard for me to diagnose. Let's save that for Testnet Saturday, Melanie. That's kind of what the point is of Testnet Saturdays, to figure out bugs like that. Okay. Okay. Gotta use the restroom real quick. It's lit HTML and lit elements. Similar to Chew in that it's using template strings, but a little better developed, to be honest. It uses web components. So in web components, when you use the shadow DOM, there's a couple of style sheets you actually have to sort of re-import, don't get inherited. And they pull from the same cache after doing so. But you kind of somewhat tediously have to include them all over the place. And it's even more tedious when you don't know the path that your font awesome will be at. If you're using like an included library, you need to do relative URLs, which is what this code is that I'm replacing, because this used to be a library and now it's not, so I don't need it anymore. And the path resolution that I was using got screwed up because I started to use a bundler. So I'm just going to take it back to absolute paths, which we know will be correct. Okay, fixes that. So I think the threading depth should be decreased. Yeah. Obviously, this is going to be something that requires a little bit of work to get totally right. Obviously the thumbs or the avatars are a little bit mispositioned. The whole combinatorial explosion of rendering modes is killing me. YOLO! Not 0. What isn't that CSS applying? Pretty sure I got that right. Alright, well that worked. a little crowded over here. I think I like that better.
Citizen.
Be right back. Just a day of true heartburn. I've had worse, but I've definitely had better. Okay. So we got votes on self-posts, not indexing for some reason. Or at least not showing up. This is the one thing I'd like to try to get done before Saturday. Followed closely by that. Probably not going to get user rehoming done by Saturday, but the remote community joining, definitely a good thing to try to get done tomorrow. I might kind of take the rest of the day easy and just convert everything to Tailwind, which is kind of just low-key work, really. But I'm going to actually take a little bit of a longer break now, stretch my legs a little bit, zone out. 15 minutes to 30 minutes-ish, just depending on when I'm done laying on the couch and checking my Twitter. So, catch y'all later. Okay, I'm back. So, I was talking to Andrew and we had a thought that maybe we could continue to call the network citizen.network, but we changed the name of citizenry.com to something that's more approachable to people. Because that's kind of, as much as I like it in a way, that is a pretty hard to read word right there. It's a lot of consonants. So I'm kind of wondering, like, if it would be like Mastodon versus ActivityPub, whereas for us, our ActivityPub is Citizen Network. So I was thinking about looking at possible names to replace citizenry.com. Found that there's TLDs for .buzz and .press. Maybe something along those lines. Find something kind of friendly and approachable and yada yada. Mabes. All right. Let's dive into this styling update here. Start with the composer. So I'm just going to be reworking the styles to use Tailwind. Hopefully across the board, but we'll see. May have to stop before we get everything. What's the buzz on Hyper-B? I hadn't even thought about that. Hyper-B.buzz. Thank you, and welcome back to you as well. I lived in New York for a little bit, and if I had any reason to move back, I would consider it. I just don't have that. If I were thinking about it right now, personally, I live in Austin now. I'd be thinking about LA because I have a fair number of friends in LA. I'd be thinking about San Francisco to be close to the tech business. New York is a lot of fun. Austin is blowing up. It's, you know, if you're coming from any other city, Austin might be a slightly weird experience. What are you, have you lived in large cities previously? Austin and Denver are probably somewhat similar. And, you know, like, they say Austin and Portland have similar vibes. I've only spent a little bit of time in Portland, so I can only vaguely... We were in Atlanta. Atlanta is probably more similar to Houston than Austin. I don't think I've actually spent any time in Atlanta, but just from what I've heard about it. I'm going to actually just use styles directly. So are you looking for a bigger city? Or what kind of is on your radar for what you're looking for, what you're interested in? That's probably the first question to ask. A hip place, money isn't an issue. Well, hey, you should come share some of that money. It's my bad Conan impression. Kind of a Conan joke. Okay, let me think. Hip does narrow it down. Are you thinking something along the lines of, is there any kind of industry adjacency you're interested in? Being single helps with saving money. Indeed it does. If you're interested in being adjacent to the tech industry, then my follow-up question would be what subset industry? Because that will have some bearing on this. The tech industry, if you're interested in tech in general, of course, there's rounded border one. If you're interested in the tech industry generally, then being near Silicon Valley is not a bad idea. If you're looking in particular for like notable tech industry folks, as in like really talented folks, there are a few in Austin, but to be honest, I don't find Austin to be a terribly compelling place for tech. If you're interested in finance or DeFi or fashion, you should be looking at New York. If you're interested in media or gaming, you should be looking at LA. And this is including if you're interested in tech. Austin is not a terribly interesting tech center. It's honestly, it's hip, but it's like as hip as you can get while having a primary attribute be easy living. I don't know a whole lot about tech in Denver. I'm sure there is. I would bet you good money it's probably somewhat comparable to Austin in that regard. Same with Portland. Both Portland and Austin have tech communities, but there's nothing there that kind of fuels that slice of the tech industry. And without that, you tend to get a somewhat unnotable collective of people. Like Austin has like a kind of an unusual number of like security firms, but for the most part, not a lot to speak of, and nothing. I have heard of Ethereum Denver. I don't know if it would be that notable compared to like basically anything you'd find in the Silicon Valley area. So if hipness is your main concern and not like easy living or the scenery or wanting to go skiing and hiking, I don't know if I would do Denver. The hipness factor on San Francisco and the Bay Area obviously is diminished a little bit, but not so heavily that it's a bad bet. In fact, I would bet that coming into that area post-pandemic will be a kind of a growth spurt again. I imagine that a lot of people come back and you're going to get a deal on it if you make the move right now. I imagine you're interested in sticking in the U.S. Yeah. I honestly probably should have gone to the Bay Area, but no, see, I actually have never lived in the Bay Area. I've visited many, many times. Um, and if I could go back, I would tell myself to have moved there in the first place. But basically, what happened with me was that I. So, my story's kind of funny. I actually went to school for acting and musical theater and went to New York City for a time after that because stage oriented. Um, and so that's why I spent some time in New York. Bay Area is a spook. So the thing about the Bay Area that I've found is that, first of all, it's like San Francisco is probably some of the most concerned for my personal safety that I've ever been in a city. And I feel like that's saying something because I lived in Hartford, like in the bad parts of Hartford, and I spent some time tooling around Brooklyn. And I was never quite as concerned in any of those places as I was in San Francisco. That said, I've always been a little bit unsure whether or not I'm missing out by not being in San Francisco because, especially prior to the pandemic, pricing was terrible. I didn't really feel like I could go there and live affordably and actually be a part of anything unless I got a job at one of the major tech firms, which I didn't want to do. So that's why I never ended up moving out there. And I've always been trying to kind of gauge whether or not I missed out on opportunities to meet people because of that. And my sense is probably yeah, because every time I visited, my experience going to San Francisco when I go is that it's for some kind of a conference or similar. And I just meet people when I go there that I just are bright and interesting in ways that I don't really meet in Austin. I've met a few, but not as much. In New York City, I lived in Brooklyn, and I think that's going to really depend on... The thing with New York City is that, like, it's a little hard to get around, even with the subway system. And, like, kind of takes you at least half an hour to get anywhere, unless you're, like, basically in the same neighborhood. If you're looking to do a startup, my sense is it's easier than ever to find angel investors and VC if you're not living in the Bay Area, but it's still a handicap comparatively. And yeah, so like your choice of where you want to live in New York is really going to kind of depend on if there's anybody already there or any community that's already there that you want to be close to. If I could choose, I would live in Manhattan, but it's very expensive. I found Brooklyn to be a pretty enjoyable place to live in. People also enjoy living in Queens. I only visited the Queens every once in a while, so I didn't get a really solid sense of it. Not nearly as much as I did in Brooklyn. And honestly, there are certainly bad neighborhoods in Brooklyn, but not that bad. So I was there coming up on 10 years ago now. And I lived in Sunset, just actually between Greenwood Heights and Sunset Park, about right here, which was pretty convenient because at the time, I think actually there was an express line that got canceled while I was living there, but the yellow line would go pretty quickly into Manhattan. So like the way that Brooklyn is divided up is you got Williamsburg right here, which is a sort of a notable, hipster neighborhood. I also briefly lived in Greenpoint, which was very nice. So like, Ridgewood. Yeah. Basically, there's, I forget which train it is, but the blue line maybe, that kind of cuts straight across like this, onto, I want to say 14th and Lower Manhattan, which is why this became kind of a starting point for gentrifying. And the further east you go, the less nice it gets, of course, but more affordable. So it's kind of like, basically, if you take this as your starting point and like cut a triangle like this, round right in the middle is a little bit, when I was there at least, a little scarier. Not terrible, but a little bit. Bed-Stuy is a little bit rougher. Then you got Prospect Park and all this over here. This is all extremely uppy right here. So, and then, around right here is not bad, but it's kind of like right in the center of Brooklyn that was just a little scarier. I have no idea what it's like these days. Probably nicer. Happy to help. Harlem is one of those situations where, like, say you got Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, Greenwich Village, and kind of mid Manhattan right here, that you're more likely to spend time around in. And then it gets split into Upper West Side and Upper East Side with Central Park. And these are kind of fairly distinct neighborhoods. Upper East Side is infamous for being where the blue blood rich people live. But really Upper West Side is pretty expensive too. So then the further along Upper West Side you go, gets more affordable until you get to Harlem, which used to be, had a reputation. Now is probably getting a lot more livable, I would bet. East Village. Is that going to be... pressing my memory here. Is that in relation to Greenwich Village? Lower East Side? Yeah. In my opinion, it's gonna vary depending on where you are, but anything south of 14th, as I recall, is pretty good living. Gonna be pricey, but if you can afford it, pretty good living. That said, one of the things to bear in mind is it's really going to depend on the community that you're trying to be a part of. When I was there, everybody was so broke that if you were like in lower Manhattan, you probably would never be that adjacent to anybody, and so the upside would be kind of minimal. You usually, if we were going to Manhattan to party, it would be somewhere on Houston or south of, like, in this whole area right here. So you're better off optimizing for immediate adjacency to anybody you want to spend more than usual time with, because you kind of want to be, if you're not going to be like close to the place that everybody takes a trip to go to, you're not really getting anything by being in a nice spot. And the kind of truism of New York is that you can't get anybody to go anywhere. So like, unless they're really motivated to go to that place, they ain't gonna come. Probably the most important thing is being close to a subway line. Honestly, that's the most important thing. Yeah, I'm not the one to ask. It's going to depend on what community you're hanging out with. Yeah. But definitely some of the most fun times I've ever had were in New York. And there's something really magical about getting onto a roof in New York. Lived in LA briefly. It was bad traveling around. You couldn't date someone that lived 5 miles away. Yeah. LA is kind of worse, actually, because you got to drive and the traffic is just brutal. And so, like, I would almost rather. I think you probably. I don't know exactly what the culture is like in LA. I think, but like I know for a fact that in New York, getting people to go anywhere is hard because it's hard to get around. But I would guess it's similar in LA. That's probably all the advice I got for you there. Yeah, no problem. Ooh, handy. Truncate. Okay. Okay, that's the composer converted. Interesting. What's that about? Oh, I see why that is. Okay, we'll come back to that. Hang on.
Citizen.
Todd, are you on the stream and just DMing me rather than using the chat? I can respond to you in the stream a little easier than DMing you. Okay, don't think I'm quite ready to dive into the post yet. Let's start with the feed. Same story needs to happen there, and that'll be a little easier than diving into the posts, at least. A lot of this won't need, like, we're not using the result header stuff anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and, I'll leave it for now. I'm not gonna carry over the styles. Okay, it looks like Todd is not in the stream. We'll leave those for a moment. Classic Todd. So this kind of stuff will probably need to be handled by custom CSS. Empty state. Use a lot. Wasn't too bad. We just need to handle the kind of reply bars. Though, you know, we could actually ask ourselves how badly do we need them. They're pretty helpful, actually. Okay. So I'll just take all of this and stick it in common.css. Didn't figure I'd get that on the first try, so let's see what's... There we go.
Citizen.
All right, now let's hit the thread. One by one, we will just get rid of each of those css.js files. That'll feel good. Tell you one nice thing about Tailwinds is you don't have the problem of leftover styles ever happening. No dead styles. Later, CS. Yeah, I really am enjoying Tailwind. It's quite a pleasant experience. Okay, apologies everybody, I need to use the restroom. Okay. Still a little too dark. Anything lighter than nothing lighter than that.
Couple issues to deal with here. Really not in love with that highlighting color.
Okay. So now to get the thread modals working, we actually need pop-ups to not use the shadow DOM. Though I actually can kind of make an argument for why it should, and instead we just include tailwinds into it. Okay. Where's our highlighting? There we go.
Citizen.
Okay. Where does that leave us? Is it time to do posts? I think it is. This one scares me a little bit. Not gonna lie. It's kind of a hefty one. But we can't live life afraid of our CSS. You know, we have to embrace what the CSS does for us and know that it's our friend. Solid 300 lines that we're gonna have to update. That sucks. Looking good, Todd. Alright. So this rule right here is an interesting rule that can actually dramatically speed up layout, but I'm going to leave that out for now. That would be for H4 object cover rounded full MR of 2. That'll do it. So now we get to navigate some of the joys of the completely bizarre cruft that came along with all these styles. Vote control. little light. Okay. And we need similar styles on this here. Okay.
Okay, let's see what we got. Come on, baby, don't fear CS. Okay, so our layout got a little foobarred. It's on account of the arrow. Ship it! Okay. Some of this will be for the better. Kind of getting a fresh try at the styles of posts.
Did I? Thought I modified the controls. Must not have copied it over. Why isn't that rendering now? That's why. Okay, we're getting close. Hey, Stefan. Still live. Just doing a kind of a low energy, low effort update here, which is adding, well, converting really the CSS to Tailwind. 2.5 by chance? There it is. That's actually not what I want. That's what I want. PB and 2.5. All right, let's get those orders correct. I'm finding Tailwind to just be extremely enjoyable. Didn't think I'd enjoy it nearly as much as I am. I'm really liking it. Prior to ever even considering it, I always kind of saw it as like, you know. Maybe that's cool, but it's not for me kind of thing. But the more I play with it, the more sold I get. And see, that's just handy right there, rounded top versus rounded bottom. More exciting when it works. There we are. The spacings are off because the user thumbs are mispositioned. Okay, that shouldn't be showing. Everything's a little bigger as a result of the transfer over. Not necessarily a bad thing. I think the horizontal padding is maybe a little crushed. So I think I'm going to keep calling the network the Citizen Network, but we're going to rename Citizenry, I think. And this is a GoDaddy tool. Yeah, you win at SEO, GoDaddy. So, like, you know what kills me about this thing is that it doesn't give you prices. .press and .buzz are TLDs we could be using here. Distpress, not great. You know, something really similar, like simple and approachable, like talk.net, you know? Don't have any ideas yet. A little small. That's feeling better. Let's bring back the arrows. Heavy meshed. Meshuggah. What's that Meshuggah?
Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay.
BRB. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Let's see what all these notifications are. Oh. Right, broken. Just uploads. Okay, we just really need to fix up this part now, which is the no borders behavior. Kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Yikes. Styles took a second to kick in there. So we get rid of that, and then I think probably front-end theming, nothing more than dark mode and light mode, I think. At least for now. Is no thumb used anywhere right now? In notifications. Oh, kitty cat. Why are you such a pain in the butt? I love you, but you're a pain in the butt. You want out? Which one, huh? Really today. Which one? Oh boy, Kit was outside for all of 2 seconds before she turned right around and said, "No, thank you, it is too cold." Yeah, I know that there's some issues with notifications right now. So really that just leaves some spacing issues. Yeah, just a little bit longer. I don't know if we need that tooltip on this. So normally that would be the case with Kit, but she's behaving slightly differently because it's cold out. It's not even that cold, she's a little less. All right, well, thanks for joining us. Catch you next time, Stefan. Okay, 34. Thanks. Catch you next time. Come on. no thumb. Gonna have to do something about that. Somebody should do something about that. Not saying it has to be me, but it probably will be. Okay, just leaves notifications to tweak up. Oh, never mind. Well, that's interesting. Huh. It shouldn't be too hard to do a temporary fix, so I can just commit. And that's adding all the styles here. That's great. Okay. Something terrible is happening. Wow, that's a lot of duplicate loads of the font. Awesome. I wonder why that's happening. Oh, I bet I know. This is only needed when it's using the shadow DOM. And in fact, most of these don't need it anymore. We are currently reworking our styles to use Tailwind. And almost there, in fact. I'm wrapping up the post styling right now. And as soon as that's done, the only one we must handle is the notifications feed, which I'm currently trying to solve in a temporary fashion. But this thing is kind of dying on me. Seems to be upset about what I just did. So my temporary fix is not going to be serviceable. So I'm just going to leave that slightly broken for this commit. Oh yeah, that's fixed. They need to have underlined styles. So yeah, you can click now on that, and you can even click on that. It's on my to-do list. It's not really hard to do. So this is our pre-switching to Tailwind. This is post. Slightly different spacing and styling. It's a little screwy. Overall, I actually think it's a slight improvement on readability. You know, yeah, I suppose that's accurate. It's not like it's not high priority, it's just not the most important right now. Oh boy. Okay. And as soon as we get
Citizen.
notifications handled, that'll be it for the stream. Shouldn't be too much work. Did we hit front page or anything? Doesn't look like it. I think I may have seen your post. Are you Smashers 164? Yeah, somebody posted it yesterday. Didn't quite pick up yet, which is about what I would expect, to be honest. Okay, let's get this fixed. Honestly, this one maybe may not even really require these styles. Let's take a look. So we just need the borders. Who's downvoting me? Rude. Yeah, I was glad to see see that worked. I wasn't expecting it to be honest. I think I need to build in something that makes it so that nobody can downvote my posts. What do y'all think? Is that an abuse of power? It's spotty, but it runs. It's just a perk. Listen, man, if you wanted to downvote my posts, you should have made your own social network. Am I right? Maybe the button is there, but as soon as you press it, you just get banned immediately. It's hard to defend that decision, but I stand by it. So that's all pretty much set. All right. So this will have a funny effect. Currently, it all renders correctly until it's rendering a post in line, and then it screws up. It'll invert that directly. Now everything gets wrong except the posts. That is so true. And if you know, Tin Pot dictators have taught me anything, it's that you got to keep your subjects on their toes. Not even comfortable with the joke calling user subjects. That one skeezed me out coming out of my mouth. Okay. So we got, how is wrapper used? Right, okay. We'll start with that. So I did an unusual amount of reading about Iraq prior to well, around the Iraq War, prior and subsequent with Reconstruction and things, because of a play I was involved in once. And when he seized power, one of the things he did was brought in all the people who were part of the kind of political machine of Iraq, and just started reading names off of a list, and one by one these people were escorted out and shot. And so then as that was occurring, people started to realize what was happening, and they all just started freaking out and you know, swearing their allegiance. And after like half of everybody that was in the room was done, he stopped and was like, all right, I think we're good. I think everybody here is going to be chill now. And that about worked. That is how you get everybody to do what you say. Some Game of Thrones shit.
Todd, I'm guessing it's a WebSocket error. Todd, is the server that you're trying to join, which server is it? Is it mine or is it somebody else's? Which server is it? Is it mine? Have you been able to figure out which server it is, Todd? Because there was a bug with that I fixed earlier today. And so if you're not using my server, you'll need to update whatever that server is to the latest version of Citizen. Yeah, it's YouTube chat is just odd. Don't know what that's about. Maybe, are you trying to tell me the domain name? Because it's really intense about anything that looks like a link. Yeah, just make sure you're using the most recent implementation, because the most recent implementation should fix it. It's on mine. Shoot, what does it say the error is specifically? Does it say anything about like the request response or anything? Okay, making a little progress. At Gmail? Are you sure you typed in the right server address or right user address? Because it's not your email that you should be putting in there. It's your address on the Citizen server.
So it would be like, let me find you here. If you're Electro Pizza, or no, you're not Electro. It'd be Todd Robbins at test1.citizen.network is your username. Yeah. Easy mistake. Yeah. We'll have to think about that. Okay. Alright. Flex item center GT 4 PX 4 PB2. Yeah, I have no idea. Probably not. I think as long as I'm a reproduction, probably wouldn't even trigger it. Nope. Got a kitty cat in my lap. She gets kind of agitated whenever I sing or whistle. Being a little sweetheart, though. Okay, that looks about right. Need the hover state to get fixed. Yeah, so that's one of the broken clicks there. Yeah, it's a little dark. Let's try taking that up to 50. This is kind of unusual. She almost never jumps up in my lap while I'm at the computer. Cool. That'll do for now, at least.
Citizen.
Your lamb tweet. I'm getting so tubby, Kit. I gotta stop feeding you so much. This is now a cat petting stream. Coding was last year. 2021 is all about petting cats. Okay. I think that's a stream. Let's see this tweet by Utah. CTZN, exactly. Exactly. Alright, well, I'm going to call a stream as I'm getting a phone call here. Spam, never mind. But I'm still going to call a stream. Thanks for joining me, as always. Oh, no, didn't want to answer it. I'm not seeing any lamb tweets. I was promised a lamb tweet, and I'm not getting one, so I don't know. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh. Where'd you get a lamb? Well, thanks for joining me and making it a good time. I am going to go for a jog. Friends farm. So, tomorrow we're going to try to fix the votes not showing up on the self-post. That one freaks me out a little bit because it's completely erratic. Don't know what that's about. Gonna fix that notifications exceptions, and we're gonna try to implement remote community joining, which hopefully won't be too much of a pain. I'm just gonna have to set up another test server for that. Fun. Actually, I might be able to just do it by using my local server. No, I'm gonna need a test server. The thing I need to test is you want to see if I can find a way to authenticate the TLS connection so that I know that the sender is coming from a certain domain. We'll see if we can get it done. Alright, have a good rest of your whatever, depending on wherever you are. And I will see you all tomorrow. Just a reminder, this Saturday, it's testnet Saturday, so if you want to join in, you'll want to have a VPS or some kind of server running Linux ready to go. Have a domain name ready to go. I'm going to have a guide ready for you to set up Citizen and then use Nginx and Let's Encrypt to set up the server infrastructure. Shouldn't be too hard to do. And then we can test everything out. So that'll be on Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your day. Catch you tomorrow. Later.
Citizen